Welcome everyone, I'm Nala for Power, and we are playing some Disco Elysium today. It's been a while. There we go. Whew. Okay. So the game always takes a long time to show up on OBS, and it scares me. Oh, okay, good, and it looks like the overlay is actually working this time. So you guys can, like, bump stats and stuff. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a good Saturday. I know I am. It's a little slow. Stayed out late last night. I closed out a bar for the first time in like almost 2 years. And so we're drinking some 5 p.m. coffee. And we're just gonna chill and play some Disco Elysium. And remember what the hell we were doing. Okay. So Claus J told us she can't talk about him now, about dead guy, and so we're gonna wait a little bit for her to collect herself. And when Kim's not around to stop me, ask her about what she heard from her room the night before you emerged into reality. She must know something. Okay. Okay, so that we're just waiting for something to open up. Man. Oh, I forgot I need my glamour light. Because I'm not playing Dark Souls anymore, where the screen is too dark for me to see anything. Okay, so this is a problem with taking a long break from disco. I'm like, oh gosh, what do I have to do? Oh gosh, I forgot my guy looks fly as fuck. Can't go down that. Okay. Let's see, are we able to go close the water lock yet or whatever? What's this? Okay, the tomatoes are so thinly sliced you can see through them. Neat. Oh, these guys are new.
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to be, and a mechanical lever sitting in the middle.
Pull the lever again. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then...
The water lock starts moving.
Okay.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Okay, buddy.
Focus on one thing, achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the task chain.
No, screw that. We get to go explore a new place. The radio relay hums with electricity. The sign says no entry. Someone scribbled an inverted star on it. Oh, edgy boys. They like the Satan. Ooh, I got some new sunglasses. Oh, okay, so these will give me +1 motorics and +1 psyche, but -1 morale. Okay. +1 logic, -1 authority, -1 savoir-faire, but +1 electrochemistry. +1 logic, -1 suggestion, +1 empathy, -1 logic. Okay. Dope. Someone has broken down the fence and the barbed wire. Hoodie, welcome! It is time for a chill Saturday night. Also, I like to interpret your chvil as very true and black metal. How's your Saturday been, Hoodie? The swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time.
Peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
What happened here? The lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows takes off in the distance.
He's assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
Wait, what's a block obscure? I don't know.
A part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way.
So this part of the coast is a block obscure?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drums. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hoodie, but I'm glad you get to chill out at least. Getting bad news is never fun. What are you listening to right now? Excuse me. Maybe they left something useful behind.
Yes, for you to scavenge like a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash and errant magnesium blisters.
Damn right!
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation.
Okay. Well, buddy. We're gonna click on things. Undelay, gentlemen. Glory, says the graffito, to the ghosts of us. Dude, Nightwish is absolutely delightful. I have randomly one of their songs on Beat Saber, and it is really fun. Tape. Smallest church in St. Sans. Use interact button inventory to yeah. Oh, gosh. So I'm not super familiar with Nightwish, and so I don't remember the title of the song. It's not Amaranth, because that's the only song like I know by title. And yeah, I don't have like a quick way to pull it up, because when you like download beats like pirated Beat Saber songs, you download a lot of them at once. Okay, the tape you found from a shack on the coast. The A-side has Smallest Church in St. Sains written on it, while the B-side is supposed to contain the instrumental version. Requires a boombox to play. I don't know. I'm gonna wait till I get better at Beat Saber. Like I'm like more consistently beating expert songs at least. But I'm considering streaming it occasionally. I want to there's like some fun like Twitch integrations where people get to like pick songs and stuff. So I'd like to do that eventually, but it's gonna take a lot of setup. And yeah, I want to get better at it first. It's a workout, man. My arms are sore. They don't want to go up. It's good though. It's awesome. It's really fun to have a workout that is fun and not just tolerated.
There's no way to listen to the tape without a working tape player. But even just holding the tape makes you feel a little...
Yeah, okay, buddy. Oh, I like actually don't get to see inside. Okay. Yeah, nothing here. Okay. A breaker box to power the radio pylon above you. Maybe there's something inside. Ahead, decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. Okay. Oh, give me those pills up there. Yeah. Oh, it's just money on the ground. Hell yeah. We're rich, guys. We have $19.62. Broken axle grinding. Okay. Ooh, banged up fuel canister. Hell yeah.
A banged up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. That rebel who jumped the canal and broke the waterlock. This is their doing.
This is where the rebel who jumped the canal ended up. Not so daring anymore.
No, not so daring at all.
Let's investigate.
We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
What is the make of this MC? Can I see a logo?
The logo is too deep in murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
How long has it been here?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening.
What should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
How long will it take for the low tide to come in? You mean for the tide to go out? Right? That's how you talk about tides, right? Okay. Run your hand over the cold metal.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists.
Sit on the swing and wait for the tide to recede.
dusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Ooh, try a roll.
The tune on your
Yay!
lips forms a strange...
I can't whistle in real life. It's nice to be able to roleplay someone who whistles.
The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher-pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and the sunken car. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Okay, y'all, we can vote on this because it's fun. We're voting on our topic of discussion. Do, do. Oh my god! No, not the racist one! No! Okay. So was your dad also, you know, point to your eyes?
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half Silverite.
Oh, right.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Okay, guys, just how racist do you want to make me? You can vote on this, too. Oh, okay, that's not that one. I appreciate that, y'all. Ooh, have they made Twitch integration for, like, the Telltale games? I bet they have. There's no way they haven't, right? That could be fun.
God, I hope so.
Because it wasn't on Twitch, but it was like a crowdsourced, like, you know, voting on what to do thing. I got to do that at PAX, like, gosh, like 5 years ago, for the Batman Telltale game. And it was really fun. And then, like, I definitely don't think those games aren't the kind of games for me, like, on my own. But buying them with the intention of playing them with your friends and maybe certain amounts of alcohol is very silly and delightful. Lieutenant's expression is silly. Wow, neither of these answers sound like the character I'm playing, but okay. I don't think I'm ever gonna find my gun. The world is so big, and my gun is so small.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Can you make out the mark now?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't.
Oh, fuck you, Kim!
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people.
What do you mean, those kind of people, Kim? You're only hurting yourself with these views, man.
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical.
What do you call this? 41 is his rank in the underground street racing hierarchy. Small fish, this one.
But it could also be the number of a police precinct. Precinct 41. Your precinct.
Ah, fuck.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
No. No.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
No, I mean, seriously. It's just a coincidence.
The lieutenant just shakes his head.
Oh my god! It's mine! I drove my car into the sea?
I'm afraid so, yes.
That's how I chose to read that.
Looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
Maybe I was in pursuit of someone.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Probably. Try definitely.
They're not gonna take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
How do we get it out?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So it's just gonna be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
I can still fix it.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
This is a disaster. All
Let's
caps.
face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
Well, at least I can see what's in there now.
Yes, let's go take a look.
Oh, I got my badge! Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you. A younger version of you. Already disintegrating inside, but still presentable on the outside.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Found my badge!
At least something good came out of all this.
Study the badge.
Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Look at the photo.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
And he's winking? Why? Yeah, don't wink in a photo.
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Name, Harrier Dubois.
Harrier? That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
I like Harrier Dubois. Oh, no, wait. No. We were going with this. Strange. It doesn't say Raphael Ambrosis Cousteau.
Not strange at all. Your name is Harrier Dubois, like it says on your police badge.
That's fine. Harrier Dubois it is then.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
Wow, dick
The
move.
badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Ooh. Oh, I can level up. Oh, is there a brain thing I want to do? No. Okay, so let's do one of these. Oh wait, no. I wanna. What are some of these checks I have to make? Couple of interfacing, couple of composure, some volition. Some conceptualization or a physical instrument. Let's do physical instrument again. Why not? Okay, now let's look at rank Lieutenant 2JFR.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
What is a Lieutenant W. Freighter?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
And W. Freighter?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
I declined?
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
What's a décomptage?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks.
What, kinks?
Kinks like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Damn right, Kim. Oh, yeah, we're not mentioning that. That's awkward. Just thanks for explaining all this.
My pleasure.
We'll turn back to the document.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It
Look-
reads.
Let's look at the serial number.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
Date of issue, November 7th, 1950, or 2050, or whatever the years are here. I forget.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you, of that you are sure.
I remember that time.
Ah,
The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly.
That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up!
hate that necktie. Precinct 41?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
He stops. What?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiayeva.
Berdiayeva. That's a fun name.
And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him, ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you...
Put the badge away. Dope. Okay. Got a fuel canister. Okay, so that does give us some visual calculus, but, you know, I like my party dragon silk robe more. A bottle drained of all its booze, frozen to the ice. Oh, I'm holding my bag already. Okay. Footprints in the snow. They lead away from an accident. There's a boat tucked away underneath a tarpaulin cover. Okay. Oh, it's a murder room. Excellent. You see a dark red chair in the dim light of the room.
It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here, right?
Hey, Kim, where are we?
In someone's abandoned shack. On the coast. In Martinez. In Ravachol.
He's afraid you've forgotten suddenly.
What's with the red chair?
Nothing. It's just a piece of furniture.
Red paint is peeling off it. Looks like blood, no?
Let's move. Okay. Oh my god! We got a postcard. Okay, neat. I got a bow knot! Horrific necktie gives me +1 Inland Empire. This one gives me +2 drama. Oh, we're... Get rid of that necktie. We like our bow tie. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and a forgotten chair. Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrubs filth from fabric. Cinder blocks charred. A makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting. The bushes are too thick and thorny to pass through. Okay.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on benches.
I'm so intrigued. I still have this in my inventory. Still have this slot for bullets that I have not gotten to use yet. Oh my god. You see dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. White curtains have been drawn shut. No looking in. Quick travel unlocked! That's... Oh, man. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Let me hover over the thing to click take all. Thank you. My goodness. Construction material. Whoever planned to build this home left in a hurry. Let's go talk to these guys.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
Good to see you too, friend.
What do you want? I've got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I've got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Why does the ball of spirits cost 300?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
Nod and let him speak.
You know, it's funny, actually. What?
What do you mean, what? What did you think was funny earlier?
This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Where do you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
5 lemons with half a pack of butter. Huh. It's a good tip. I should remember it.
It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of hell.
Yeah, probably.
The missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Okay, how?
Idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead thingy. Fight 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7%, almost pure alcohol.
Yeesh.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
I think it will prove useful. Yes. For 3? Hell yeah.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime. Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend. In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
No, it's not. Oh. The horrific necktie is getting ready for the end game. For the love of God, do not remove it till the magic happens. Ugh. Okay.
Hey, tequila.
A 30-something man clad in a 2-piece tracksuit puts down his pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Yeah, we'll shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah.
Da-na-da-na-na-na-na.
How are the high concept reality-based adventures proceeding?
Is this some fourth wall breaking shit?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
I like this guy. You should too. He respects you by calling you your true name.
Excuse me. Don't know. People tell me I'm a cop. I'm getting used to that.
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker? Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please don't go. Don't go.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
Be seeing you.
Too, Tequila Sunset.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
This is making me uncomfortable. Leave.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Yeah, I said that, asshole.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
And what are you, Kid Master General?
Here I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting anything.
Hey, where's your mom?
The kids don't reply, absorbed in their little game.
Goodbye, children. Ta-ta. The street sign is illegible below the graffito. Hard to see the details. The colors, all warm and welcoming, are cozy, though. A flower trough with where nothing really grows, maybe in spring. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
What he said. We're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble.
Oh, of course.
I mean, we try our hardest.
Around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
I am an ill omen, all right.
You're not. No one around here considers us an ill omen. People would have told us.
Okay.
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Don't question it, man. I'll take it.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
Finally, you have those lamos of Martinez off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
Gross. What is in this fishing village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. But they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Oh yeah, I met a couple drunks here.
I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are.
All right, there's another topic I'd like to
She
address.
nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
I get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. Huh. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like
Hmm.
Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case. A Rusalka or a half-demonic Apsara singing.
Okay, thanks. I've heard enough.
Rinsing another piece of cloth.
Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Lieutenant W. Freighter Harrier Dubois.
Why the handle you got there? So many titles. One of them double.
Damn right.
She's got a couple of ranks herself. Honored chief and so on.
Goodbye. I'm off. Awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna go grab some water really quick because I finished my coffee and now I need water. Okay, be right back, guys. Do, do, do. Back. Thanks so much for waiting, guys. Okay. What do I got here? Can't see in the house from this angle.
Better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
Unlock the shack door with the
I'll wait
key.
outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Oh! A shelf just fell. Okay. Neat. Just a second. Ah! Arthas, no, my little boy! Nothing broke, please. Okay, that's good. Nothing broke. That's fine. That's all I care about. Okay. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. Floorboards creak under your step. Old science fiction magazines, books about birdwatching, an almanac from 39. You see waves, the sea, a church.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Let the mirror be for now. Korojev jacket. Okay, that jacket's pretty dope. Okay, and then we don't want to sleep yet. Oh.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Oh, let's try to shave.
Your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves.
Leave it for now.
I would have cut your throat.
Yeah, nope.
The centipede is exaggerating. People don't actually cut their own throats when they're shaving. At least, not accidentally.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave that for now. I like the music in there, and that's nice shack music. Inside, you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering. Yeah, what's over here? What are these doing in the fish?
Hi, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword and a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
I've got questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
Hold on. Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
Isn't that what guns are for?
Guns are expensive and fragile, I think. Besides, I got kids. Can't have guns around them, and sometimes a sharp blade is enough to keep folks at bay.
Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
So where are all the men now?
Some wanted to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Gone where? Let's do the tactful one.
The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Oh, let's just let her talk.
Sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. A bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Death is nothing. I shit on death. I can't say what person says that. Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it? We'll go with the nice one.
Don't have the luxury to be bedsit with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
God damn it, I hate this necktie. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for missing cryptozoologists.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals who are hard to find.
Aha, like snowmen.
Snowmen? Haven't heard about those.
Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Where'd they go?
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
That's it. I'm not looking for anyone else right now.
How can I assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now, I'm tarring a little skiff.
Is that enough to make a living? That's an awkward question. Sure.
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
No, interesting. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely. Mines. Mines. You need mines.
Huh. Okay. If anyone's actively watching right now, I'll let y'all vote on what I ask her, because I only get to ask one. I think the mine could be fun. Like, it feels like you want to do human bodies, because, like, you know, it's dead people, but I think the mine could be fun. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with the mine.
Well, the RCM has to wait for another one because some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up. The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing.
Okay, so heroic. I gotta explore the coast to find a good date to take her on. Okay, I'll be seeing you.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class.
Yeah.
Her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the
Excuse me.
pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
Yeah, she clearly needs a man. Men are great at knowing this stuff. Especially like this character. Just a hit with the ladies. You can tell. Okay, so now I get +2 perception. Betrayal lingers everywhere. This boat is floating freely in the water, unmoored. Actually, real quick, guys, I'm not even going to throw up the BR back screen. I'm just going to go grab my hoodie because it is 20 degrees colder today than yesterday, and this basement is cold. Be right back. AZ, welcome! How's your Saturday going? The planks creak beneath your weight. Neato. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. Underside of the boat has recently been tarred. And I've been all over here, right? Yeah, okay, that's going back. It feels safe and warm in here, not like outside. Industrial coal pellets burn with an orange glow. Sure, I stole their taxidermy. Why not? Oh, the blue medicinal spirits I bought for 3, but I could sell for 8? Hello, small child.
Hello, mister.
A young girl, barely 4 or 5 years old, sits on the sofa. She is looking at you with frank curiosity.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
I heard there's a girl here who has armored gloves. Is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
And where are the gloves now?
I hid them. The twins were going to take them. They're stupid.
She lifts her stuffed toy up and looks into its one remaining eye, as though searching for confirmation.
We are going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good.
Let's see here. Are you Lillian's daughter?
Yes, I am. Little Lily. Do you know my mom?
Yes, we met earlier.
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
Aw. Are the twins outside your brothers?
Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
They look identical, right? I said the same thing. What's this? Show her the stuffed bird you took from the ceiling. What's this shit of yours I stole, small child?
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
Okay. Yes, but what's it for?
I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
Twirls the furry doll around in the air, giggling happily.
What's that thing you're holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Oh.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Well, oh, okay. Well, pleased to meet you, Lammy.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy.
Goodbye.
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
Reach in the catacombs and pull out the shiny object.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Okay. Looking back at you from rust-colored water. You. Rusty-eaten letters read Mazut. The rear tire of a motor carriage adorns the reeds. Take it all. Man, we are rolling in the wealth. The water runs from the west. The source is upstream. A broken pipe? Oh, damn. Okay. Y'all, sometime today, please.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blonde man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez?
Huh.
I'm Khan Hailostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Hypertext?
Nice to meet you.
Hold on. Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Wait, what was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his warm-themed coloring book. Aww.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes to shield himself from the freezing snow. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Huh. Oh, I failed it. I don't know what R&D is. Wait, what's an R&D department? Just a normal question to ask.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
Okay.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Oh, thank goodness.
Leia Kalpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
Huh. What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
Huh. What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Aww.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even a boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
Let's see here. What happened to the engineers, the company
Oh,
people?
I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
No, fuck it. Let's do it. Turn to the small child and say, he means they all died at the hands of the communists.
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum yet. Let's keep this kid friendly.
The boy looks first at you, then back at his father, confused.
What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Decret de Mars.
What was that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bombe de Cire.
Oh, good. A political concept
You should
album.
read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
Wanted to ask something else.
What else?
Thanks for all the interesting information. I'm not
thanks
asking
to
this guy
you
for money.
having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Another power box. It charges nothing now. It's empty. Fence blocks the path. Bars cover these long, dusty windows. Buzz. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power. Someone must have worked hard to smash the plastic dome. A dead phone, a smashed receiver, like someone hung up too hard. Okay, so that's where that goes. I see. A kick drum pulse. The music is coming from somewhere on the ice. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. The sign reads Saint Brune 1147. Dusty pews in the shadows. Many seem to be missing. Go pick up some pills or like money or something. Take it all. An altar shrouded in dark or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Let's go check out this abandoned church, yo.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Rattle the doors to see if they open.
Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling against the door.
I don't think that's going to work.
Inspect the carpentry.
Carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold.
Run your hand over a beam.
The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch.
Take a closer look at the padlock.
This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with with a yellow sticker.
Look at the sticker.
You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
Have you seen this symbol before?
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
What does it look like to you?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
What is suggestive of junior delinquency here?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
Padlock, padlock, padlock!
This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow
We're gonna try to peel off the sticker without ripping it.
There's nothing like
Woo.
the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Put the sticker in your ledger after the last entry where it belongs, because we're good cops.
Looks like today was a gold star day.
Ooh, that was a secret task. Ooh. Inspect the staple.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
This is where Mr. Prybar comes in handy.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
Should we start with that kick drum coming from the ice? I heard a sound before.
Yes, the pulsing bass. A sure sign of junior delinquency. Somewhere east of here.
Okay, sure, buddy. Oh, somewhere east of here, he says. It must have taken a lot of patience to do this. Painted with pastel, someone is trying to bring cheer to the world. Aww.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Dear child, it's freezing. Where's your hat?
Huh?
I said you should have a hat on.
So should you.
I do have a hat on. I should, and I do. Point to my hat,
Oh.
lady.
I didn't notice that.
Whatever. Now that that's all cleared up, I have some questions for you.
Sorry, man. My mind was elsewhere. Shoot.
What's your name?
A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
And your surname?
Why?
I'm from the police. It's for the paperwork.
It's Burger.
You have little reason to doubt that's her real name, but she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
What's that device you have there?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
Got it.
Okay.
What are you doing out here in the cold?
Recording, I guess.
And what is it you're recording exactly?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
I like that my drama calls me sire. And what are these recordings for? The cracks? The footsteps?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Just nod.
I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be like a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish.
Damn, that's sad.
Very useless all of a sudden. The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill, the quivering jaw, indications of a drug high. She is on some kind of stimulant, amphetamine or methadone, and its effects are wearing off fast. She will begin to experience more and more valleys now, and fewer peaks.
Take this, you're called.
Lieutenant begins to take off his jacket.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
I'm gonna give her my hat. She needs it more than I do.
Thanks.
You said it's supposed to be a music place. What is?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The boys? You mean the hit Amazon TV show?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to
That
freeze?
stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive
Woo,
than any
laddie.
place. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
Had some other
Go
questions. Mm. Okay. Tell me more about this music place you've been planning in the
It's supposed
church.
to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah,
She looks at the old wooden church up on the poles. As a mean wind comes bellowing in, the 6-story structure lets out a doleful shriek. Did you put the padlock on the church door?
no,
No?
not really, no.
She's trying to get out of a direct lie with semantic tricks. She personally didn't put the padlock on the door.
Okay, if you personally didn't, then who did?
Yeah, you know, that's what I meant. Noid did. Noid put the padlock on the door.
Why did this Noid person put a padlock on the church
To
door?
keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about him, he'll tell ya.
Enough about the church then. You seem surprisingly comfortable with being questioned. Why is that?
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Have you been questioned before?
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river.
What's east of the river?
Rich people. Rich people are east of the river.
Let me guess. These rich people are not from around here.
I thought they were as fashionaire as any of us, just way richer.
Oh no, they're foreign bodies. Agents of international capital. You only need to look close enough. Okay, cool.
Maybe you're right. Most of them do speak 3 languages.
So you had another question. Let's try to be empathetic.
The device is still
Yeah?
warm from her and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice with the drugs wearing off. At your age, or at any age, in this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
Wow. The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It is easier to live in their failure with this by your side. Tap the tape recorder. Damn, okay.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It's not a childish fantasy. It could be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
The dark.
I know. I'll stick to it.
Aw.
There is little you can do to help her now. But given the chance, you feel like you should. There is something about her. A weightiness. Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
You said eating me? There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
I think it's the plight of the working class. Same.
Oh. Really?
The golem of capital runs rampant, smashing creator and slave alike. I fear the process is irreversible.
Wow. Social justice really matters that much to you? That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it, though?
I haven't seen much of this world, but from what I've seen, social justice is an adolescent term. Sounds almost liberal. What's got me shaken up is the people struggle, and it's got me shaken up bad.
Yeah, man. They're pretty bad.
It makes me sick, thinking about the thousands, millions, billions? How many people are there, actually? How many people are here in the world?
3.6 billion, not counting those in sale.
Really? That many? Reduces me to tears to give the 3.6 billion of, and God knows how many more in that sale place, crushed under the tyranny of the market.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Are you sure you're not just hung up on some chick, though?
Perhaps.
Now that you mention it, I found these letters I'd thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
First, they had just the faintest scent of chewing gum on them, and I could still smell it under the shit.
Wow, man. That's pretty symbolic. Don't you think?
Yes, I found that to be very symbolic too. This is how humans talk.
Okay. What else?
They were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy did reading them make me not feel good.
There you have it then. Chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
Don't remember.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
I remember her scent, and that is all.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Wow. We don't unironically call women whores in this household. Yeah, sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly
How
otherwise?
come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk I completely erased all memory of this world.
Yeah. Or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze, I forgot to.
Sure, girl.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is this Königstein wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Got some questions for you.
Okay.
And that's all for now.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota.
The what? Sounds like my stomach is growling.
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow.
Vows?
The vows are blood and flesh.
What is my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine. The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Okay, but what's the hard stuff?
Fascism, Brota.
Okay, stomach. I've made up my mind about fascism.
You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota.
I will keep my views for the glory of the Revacholian nation. Absolutely not. I'm not going to be played by an upset stomach.
There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol-engorged liver. It is one of betrayal and disappointment. The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is.
Squeeze
Sorry,
in.
you barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for these.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Okie dokie. It's the only hat I have. Oof. I don't want to wear the conical hat. Canisters filled with what appears to be water. The label says distilled. A speaker, the big kind they use for live music. A pile of nasal sprays.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret,
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Still say nothing.
Carter's a mega!
Say nothing.
Internally coherent.
I was wondering if you knew who killed a mercenary hanging behind the Whirling in Rags hotel.
Good morning, yeah!
Hostel.
Free, Yeko Qatar, the place to be!
Why is this Yeko Kata the place to be? What does that mean?
Yeko Qatar is a hardcore place!
could there have been a right way out of this
don't know what to say to that.
Skibber danger. I am the rearranger.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do?
Back to the heavyweight hardcore.
Is it? You're just gonna keep saying hardcore, aren't you?
Skibber danger.
Your cop training did not prepare.
True, hard, foot.
Say nothing. But is it? I mean, really? You can say yeah and say random things all day long, but the track still doesn't sound all that hard to me.
Spinning out lyrics since the day I was born. And the amount of lyrics I got is against the law. True, hard, foot, hardcore.
Yeah!
True, hardcore. Spinning out lyrics and the amount of
Nope.
True, hardcore. Hardcore to the mega.
All right.
Comes the true, hardcore to internally coherent.
Still say nothing.
All right, yeah.
Say
He
nothing.
furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore.
So hardcore.
Is it though?
I was just thinking that a moment ago.
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life.
Oh my gosh, I'm so close.
True, hardcore, internally, all core, all right.
He furrows his
Hardcore.
No, but seriously, I'm a little worried it isn't.
What is the question?
Just answer the question.
But there was no question.
Okay, dang.
We're close. True, hardcore, internally, all core.
he furrows his
Hard. The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had asked you a question, but I didn't. Now it's just
But
idiotic.
there was a question. We're close. True, hardcore, internally, all core.
What exactly are you doing?
Get the people going.
I see.
Yeah, Rick.
We're gonna figure this out, y'all.
True, it's hardcore.
Oh gosh, damn it.
your cop training.
We're close. True, hardcore, internally, all core.
He furrows his
Hardcore.
I'm a little worried it isn't.
What is the question? But there was.
Wait, no. Huh.
Close. True, hard, full, hardcore, internally coherent, all core, all. Gotta get the people going.
Why?
I'm the party boy. It's my job.
What is a party boy?
Hardcore party 25.
Okay.
We're close. True, hardcore, internally, all core, all. Gotta get the people. I'm the party boy. It's my job.
I think I'm also a party boy.
You want to track? Watch your back.
Ah!
We're close. True, hardcore, internally, all core.
he furrows his
Hard. Is it though?
It is!
What is it? I mean, really.
The question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit
There we go.
worried it isn't.
He frowns and starts bobbing his head back and forth once
Don't
more.
be low. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper?
Huh.
It's like it's only ultra. I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto. Like it's not fully formed yet. You might be
Huh.
a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
It's proto, not hardcore at all.
Wow! Culture cop! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I I know it in my heart, but cannot sink it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
Trying to think of if anything could make it hardcore.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Think even harder.
Oh yeah, he's doing it.
My imagination fails me.
I know, so does mine.
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
Sounds suspiciously like a question. I thought the question was, what is the question?
No, this is the answer.
Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police. Nothing. Me being police isn't going to help us. I can't help you with this right now. I need something else. Something extra. Okay. Maybe your body can tell you what Arno Van X jam is missing to make it harder core.
You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate, in your heart that's alone, and in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
Needs more bass. And a melody. A good melody is what makes the song really stick, so you can't get it out of your head anymore.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I don't know. I was thinking you would know.
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about hypnotic music. I'm just a party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
Okay, I'll look into it. In an official capacity, it's up to the police to make the beats go harder.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Van Eyck's jam.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman. Copman!
I have a tape with me. Maybe you can use it to improve Van Eyck's jam.
Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape until the space escape! Yeah!
This guy is amazing. What about this one? And give him the smallest church in St. Sens.
Righteous! No! No, can't do! This is gonna make people sad! This isn't sadcore!
Okay, never mind. Goodbye, Egghead. Dear Lord, okay.
Don't speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
What if I want to speak to you first?
I suck at socialising, man. If you go speak to Andre, I'll have time to tune in, get a reading on your sign.
Maybe you should just stand there, watch him rattle his toolbox, get to know his sign.
Just stand there and observe
The
him.
contents of the young man's toolbox are organized in a neat yet eclectic manner. He is constantly checking out the various tools and parts and rearranging them slightly. It's a bit hypnotizing if you look at it long enough.
Okay.
All kinds of screws.
Nod.
They'll come in handy for fixing the church exterior. Talk to Andre. No point in standing here. The signs are really out of tune.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his hand.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you organized?
Many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noit's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need. The place is pretty bad.
This brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face.
Enough Enough histrionics. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads. Burnouts.
Angrily spits on a screw, then starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Reversholt.
Strike that. The word.
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burners really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
I feel like you may be laying this on a bit thick. What's really so bad about those dope heads and burnouts?
They're spooky.
Spookiness is not a matter for police investigation.
You know, officer, you really should judge that for yourself. But keep in mind, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just wanna spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into it. Tell me more.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Estelle told me Noid put the padlock on the door. Why?
Oh, so you met her. Good.
He's not as glad as he would like you to think. There's concern in his voice.
Oh, is this the best quest? Oh, I'm so excited now, Hoodie.
I did ask Noit to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in a hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
I need the key.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Ooh. The speed freak dips into the belt pack and produces a yellow key. He then makes a sudden, cool infused move, tossing it in your general direction.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way cool.
Don't ruin the cool by overdoing it. Raise your hand in front of your face with minimum effort.
Blam! Straight in the eye. Straight in the old eye orb. In the looking ball. A stabbing pain. Tears stream uncontrollably from your right eye.
Okay. Ouch! Goddamn asshole. What is wrong with you? Can't you see I'm in pain now?
Man, I'm super sorry. That was totally my bad. I got overexcited. Threw him too hard. I'm sorry.
Here. I'm gonna move us over here.
He looks like he's genuinely sorry he didn't throw them better.
I'm sorry. I murdered me. A cop. That's use of lethal force. Oh, don't joke about that. Oh, it's so gauche.
Just take this, okay?
He pulls out some black paper from his belt pack.
Wow, looks like there's quite a lot there.
That's the least you could do.
I hope that settles it. Or wait,
$25? Hell yeah!
He is shifting in his spot, uncomfortably, still feeling sorry for the mishap.
We were talking about the padlock, I think.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
85% is not good enough when you're dealing with another person's physical well-being.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. I guess it wasn't very hardcore of us to just lock them in like that.
Me too. I shouldn't have that kind of power over another person. I'm not the one with the violence monopoly here. You are. I'm glad that key is out of my hands now.
Oof, okay.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
Who exactly are these people inside the church?
I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You haven't even seen them and you want the police involved?
Well, there's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling. Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
Huh.
Oh, the other one. Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg. Felt like silence. Awful silence.
But you haven't physically seen anyone?
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
What was that about some thing watching you?
You aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost. Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
A crab man?
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Ambush behavior. Crab man.
Crab man! I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider. Proceed with caution. Learn all you can before entering that dark building.
Can you tell me more about this machinery?
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you. As if to say, this is a dark corner.
Talk to Noid then. So how can you be sure they're burnouts and dope heads if you haven't even seen them?
Well, honestly, I can't, but I am.
This is a below feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Wow, you can't, but you do. I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
Okay, let's talk about something else.
Sure. What?
You mentioned some kind of ecclesiastes own the church. Who are these ecclesiastes?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Now humor me, Andre. What is the founding party?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
And
they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
now, Andre, in your opinion, would this ancient religious organization who anoints the innocents want a dance club in one of their churches?
Totally.
There isn't a trace of doubt in his voice.
The Pericarnassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
He violently shakes the tape player as if to see if he can break it.
Unity! Unity! Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
No words. Enjoy the beat. Just vibing. I now understand it was lame of me to suggest otherwise. Hypnotic music is about love, and so is the Pericarnassian church. I love you, Egghead.
It seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still
Yeah!
God damn it. Disco! They said it. They said half of it.
Get this church shit on and then dance there, motherfucker!
You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if they get this club going. You've got it in you.
I want to ask you about this tent full of equipment. I see you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even is running water.
And it's distilled, too.
Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
What's with all the Nosafed? Point at the ball of nasal spray in the corner. The Nosafed Ultra. You have a lot of it lying around.
The old Ultra. I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
I guess that makes sense. Tell me about another thing.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Maybe everything isn't quite as you've been told. Take a moment to analyze. 3% chance of success.
Okay, so the Speed Freaks want to start a club for dance music. That much checks out. Youths like music. You feel as though you might have liked music more when you were young, too. But
Okay. What is the gist of it?
the gist of it is, they want to turn the church into a club. But a suspicious plus,
Okay.
and it has to be considered. You can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. That settles it. Analysis complete. Their story checks out. It
Okay.
still feels as if this didn't quite go as it should have. But
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, look at the spookers in the church. Oh, I need to talk to Noid again.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid? That's fine, man. But I've got to warn ya, our signs are still off. It'll take some time for me to get my sigh on.
I saw a sticker on the padlock. Can you tell me anything about it?
Sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
It's this one. Are you familiar with it? Show him the sticker inside the ledger.
My creation has found its way into the legal bureaucracy. What did you want to ask about it?
What makes the sticker so modern?
Simplicity was brought to us by classical solarist modernism, but that was a tasteful, harmonious simplicity, right? Well, hardcore is not tasteful or outwardly harmonious. It's a warning shot. This will be dangerous. The echo of man's loss, haunting him.
Okay.
The sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing.
You come up with this stuff by yourself? No, we're just gonna say seems awesome.
It is.
What's it supposed to be?
The dead guy smiling.
And what does it mean? Why is the dead guy smiling?
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths. The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
He could also be drugged out of his mind.
Drunk, or in a clinical coma, all glad to be dead. But those versions suck.
Okay, we've exhausted the subject for now.
Guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
Tell me about the machines you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
The supernatural. So you think it's real? That it actually exists?
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs.
The plebs. Ah! I love it.
Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Why are you called Noid?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
What about now? Are the signs all right now?
Nah. Still strongly out of sync. Stage gamma disalignment.
What?
You heard me.
Maybe I'll come back later. Okay, we're talking to Ice Girl again.
The shaggy-haired girl.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us?
I'll help you all right.
Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been looking for weeks here.
The others told me you went inside the church. What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
We'll see. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe.
Mainframe?
She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother. You know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
What did this crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
Come on, quit stalling on me. What did he look
He
like?
looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it
Ooh.
sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
The crab and the banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
You were wrong. I do believe you.
Why?
Seems too ludicrous for a lie.
I guess so. Anyway, what else?
I'd like to know more about your associates.
I haven't got much to say about them.
What do you mean? You must know something about them.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Maybe I'll ask later about all
I don't know
this.
what makes you think it'll be any different later, but
Okay, trying to get back into that nightclub. After we click on these thingies. Trash from some unending party. A pole screwed into the ice keeps the tent erect. More tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoids.
A pane of eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Push it over.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
A school of fish huddle around the fence post, then scatter into the dark.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut.
I open the padlock with the key.
Turns easily.
Let's go.
A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark inner in the heart of the city.
A strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk here, not run. The grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. Feels like it's trying to become one with the church. Oh, I should walk here. Okay. Oh my god, walking's gonna take forever. More of the forked lightning pattern you saw outside. Bark beetles? No. It looks intentional. Some long forgotten style. The blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. The bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it. A spider has spun its web around the wood-carved pillar. Oh, wow, we get to walk all the way there. Okay, okay. Mesk Banger's Red Rouges. +1 empathy. Wait, what's the new interact I got?
There it is again. The The scent of...
No, put that away. Why was that red? I didn't think I got a new thing. Huh. Cracked pane of glass, colorful. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. Got a silk scarf. A figure drawn in the frost on the window depicting a deer.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
I think I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums, you can hardly hear your own breathing.
Stomp your feet and clap your hands.
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Yell as loud as you can.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
Turn to Kim. What's happening?
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Almost nothing, and it's beginning to worry me.
The church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is.
Whatever it is, it's definitely real, and something odd is happening to us.
Doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you.
Look up into the bell tower.
The rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Try to see beyond the shadows. Oh, we failed.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin.
Try to make out something. Anything.
There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark rising.
Officer, what are you looking at?
What's the darkness like?
Filled with vague shapes of woodwork. The sense of a great height.
Blink.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
First, we have to click on all the other things. Two decks of reel-to-reel tape spinning on the empty. A portable Harman Wowji tape recorder. Someone's siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
This is spoopy.
A radio computer, and it's turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Wait, let me just investigate it and step behind the computer.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed.
Look inside the compartment.
Behind the hatch, sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March.
Press print.
Nothing happens.
Press play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon, Fortress Accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat, is this the personal log?
What's the personal log?
The filament you have inserted into the core.
Ah, right. Thanks for the explanation.
That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core?
I don't know. Maybe?
If you are unsure, could you please take a look?
How do I do that?
Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside. I need to know what it's called.
It just says log, February through March, and nothing else.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
This is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
Is it my birthday?
No.
I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
Still no.
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today?
I'm finished with this call.
Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
Okay, let's go try to talk to spooky, scary skeleton.
Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently.
This is the police. Show yourself.
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
Right place for what?
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
I'm a policeman. I need to talk to you about police things. I don't know anything about alcohol use.
Oh, yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here.
Doing just fine, thank you.
I know it's hard to admit that you got a problem.
Girls
like you
gotta open up to this asshole.
Take an honest look into my own heart and
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the sitting climber is saying.
If the lieutenant agrees, then maybe. Look at these crazies. What is this? A fucking intervention?
Damn right.
You, crap man! You don't tell us what to do! Tell him!
For some reason, I feel like you have a point there.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways.
You must be the crab man.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Hey, it's your neighbors who came up with the name, not me.
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
What were you saying before you became a crab man?
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
I lost my memory too, and it haunts me.
No, man. You gotta let that shit go. Then the mother's light touch will fill you with rapture.
Do you remember your name, sir?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this information. He's just trying to assert some control over the conversation.
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellas, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
My name's Harry. Extend your
That's
hand.
just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
What are you doing here?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration.
Harry Potter, a wizard.
A circle there, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother.
I'm a wizard, Harry.
One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
Who's this mother of silence you keep talking about?
Oh, that's no simple question, Hassan. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
His adoration is beyond sexual. This cavity is something that no human form has.
What will happen once you drink from this perforation?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of
Love zealots so much.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Sure you didn't just switch one drug for another?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Let's agree to disagree.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
Still understand what you're doing here.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
Doesn't really make sense for you to sing if she's a mother of silence. Ha!
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
How do you even find this place?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here. Back when I still had material worries. Up there?
Material worries, huh?
The true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way. It didn't belong to me.
Are these yours? Show them the scarf and shoes.
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence.
Is he naked?
You could have them.
Like,
don't need them anymore.
just like hanging from the ceiling, like free balling?
They look pretty dapper, actually.
All right, other
The
questions.
sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
You've been here a long time. Do you know why the church was abandoned?
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
Some ravers want to turn this place into a nightclub.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
So what do you think? About the nightclub, that is.
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing.
Oh, sure.
Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Do you know where the other spooker is? And he pointed the strange machines behind you.
Spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
Wait, so there's another person living in the church and it's a Vieta?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Sorry guys, just a second. Just got a credit card fraud alert. Love it. Okay. Because today's the 31st? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I call her Vieta because of her clothes. She's actually quite young, or maybe not. And you don't know where she is.
That's what I said, Holmes.
How can you not know that when you both live here?
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then.
Yeah, credit card fraud is a pain in the butt, but at least our company detected it, which is nice. So you've got nothing else to tell me? How she looks, what she does, who is she?
I'm afraid not, S.A. You just have to wait until she comes back, or...
Have you by any chance heard the Vieta say the password to her radio computer?
Too many times, S.A. You need it for something.
Yes, it's for a first-degree murder investigation at Martinez.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrow, but doesn't say anything.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
That is true. But what comes after death?
What you think of that? Makes me almost...
Okay, we leave.
Here, S.A.
Figure crawls off into the darkness
That
above.
was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
Okay. Now we go through this hole, or look at this hole.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
Sure.
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Look up.
The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You.
Compassion?
As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
Do the same as you get up.
Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Reconstruct the cracked glass.
A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window.
Hell yeah.
Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both.
What shattered this mosaic?
Unknown.
Who is this older woman?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
What does the motto say?
Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Lieutenant, this used to say afterlife, death, after.
Life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
What is the RCM motto now?
Union, prudence, and force.
I like the other one better.
So do I.
The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
How do I know this is the mother of humanism?
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
Okay, we have to learn a lot about this lady. What is that? What exactly is an innocence? I've read a book, but it was fuzzy.
The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit.
A ruler?
More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party.
Okay.
A precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
Is one in office now?
No, we are alone.
When did she rule?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
What else do I know about her?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day Sir Laclay. Also, that she was gorgeous beyond beauty, draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed?
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history! Gotta keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
Where is this coming from?
The past. It's a silo of sadness, fermenting. You should keep away.
Fuck this pain, Bratan! It's unhealthy!
Okay.
No, you must know.
What else? Was she smart?
Terribly. Women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man.
Gross.
A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state, a scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
How come?
It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean era.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her. Clearly, that is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt.
Huh. I want more.
As did we all. The lands of the Mess and the Occident, and even far away Supremwindi. Altogether, 21 of the 40 Mundial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning.
Her crowning?
In a city called Advesperaskit in Vesper Messina, her homeland, the name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in a white and pearl dress on an emptied-out plaza with the crowd far away. Already, her Theriers, the secret servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt.
She must have been beautiful.
Oh, yes. She looked like humanity's young mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well, very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by secret servicemen. One of the men in this secret service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something.
We're starting to get a little supernatural stuff in this game. What?
Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until it decided to interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with this ourselves. The man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm, like a furnace, and that sometimes, while on duty, he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology.
Was there something terrifying about her?
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But terrifying, it's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
No. Was there something bad about her? I want to know.
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the Innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
That doesn't sound good.
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from Innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity.
Oh, jeez.
Suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marquise husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
Okay. Little is known of her husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce her to court. In conclusion, yes, there's something. Okay, but
this subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefreiter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
She's somehow connected to the case.
She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case.
He's so sick of my shit.
None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast, this isn't a good place to get lost in.
This is Dolores Day.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the Dolorian Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the small Pinewood Church in some records.
You knew of this place?
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Ravachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
What else do you know?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism?
Weren't there a bunch of people locked in here?
There it is again. A small pang of guilt. It's time to ask him what happened here.
Do you know why it was
I
abandoned?
have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it. She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Who conducted this raid?
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
You're not sure?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I guess I could have been here.
I'm sorry, I'm not saying you were. It was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
If I was here, I should find out what I was doing.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Are you a follower of DeLoreanism?
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
Stroke your chin
The woman
first.
looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
I don't like her. She looks like a lever.
I have no idea what you mean by that. We've been standing here long enough. We should look.
Okay.
The machine's keyboard, the speaker comes to life.
Good
Okay.
afternoon. Votre accident on Saint-Brune. Good. Please, good. I
Okay.
unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access.
This poor woman sounds so agonized.
Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Read the second entry.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fisherman. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be interesting.
Read the third entry.
Of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking Esca series, something advanced.
Huh. Why would she need an antenna?
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
Read the fourth entry.
Of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers.
Sulislaw and Lexi.
Artists, yet again. Harassing citizens. Stealing badges.
Artists.
Occupying
Ugh.
public spaces with installations. Like the one here. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
A data loss?
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
Yep. Read the seventh
28th
entry.
of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
Read the eighth entry.
March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out.
Sick burn.
The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
She must be describing a cell.
Girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping pong energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange one makes straight for the radio computer.
Okay.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you as she holds down the off button for several seconds. The machine
I
reboots.
do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
We're not just breaking in, I'm pursuing a mysterious lead, searching for my lost identity. That's how normal people talk.
You won't find any answers from here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Okay, awesome. Just a good quick stopping point before we talk to her. I'm just gonna take a slightly longer break, get some more water, shove some food in my face, all that. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. We'll be back in just a second. Awesome, and we're back. Thank you so much for waiting, everyone. Let's talk to this woman. Oh yeah, dude, her headphones are massive. Those are dope. I didn't break anything, did I?
You just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA Radio. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Have you seen the Crab Man?
No.
But you know he's around?
Yes.
Sounds like you're not worried about him at all.
You're right. I'm not.
Why are there so many machines in this place?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
What are those bowls of water over there?
They are connected to my rain prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Right. I'll not touch anything. Next question. What are you doing in an abandoned church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
There have been complaints from your neighbors.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
A hole in the world. What does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean?
Excuse me.
Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
Aw. Does that mean we're now living in a world that has holes in it?
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out?
I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure it.
Measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
Does it have anything to do with ghosts?
No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
What about other supernatural entities?
I don't believe in them either.
What not many know? That'd be wise not believing in them.
What are we talking about? And why?
You said your research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error. Trying to locate the swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
That's all I want to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world. For now.
Great. Thanks.
How do you feel about hypnotic dance music?
What? I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Have you even listened to it? Like, actually listened?
Yeah. Like, all the time.
I got an achievement for that.
Don't
Okay.
really ease up with their partying, do they? Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rock with it. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Right, right. But how do you feel about a club for hypnotic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build
Take
then?
a guess, why don't you?
Maybe some community space to help the elderly.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
I'll let her work in peace now. Okay, let's go back and talk to the tent people. Wait, what?
Hi again. So, how are things going?
About the church. I checked it out.
And? What happened?
I talked to the crab man.
Man, who is he? What did you think?
Seems okay, to be honest. Very spiritual.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Just preaching and praying from the looks of it.
Is he gonna be a problem? Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
Actually, he told me he wouldn't mind the nightclub at all.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
You're just gonna have to live with the crab man.
Not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light. Yeah! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her?
I was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She said you guys haven't been completely honest with me about your plans.
Come on, man. Who will you trust? A spooky programmer or us? We just want to make the world a better place. Feel the love! Get down and feel it!
A half-hearted sell of something which does not seem worth buying.
The love? No, not really feeling it.
Believe me, when we've got our gear set up, things will be flowing and pumping. Anyway, now that it's settled, how did she see? I mean, disposition-wise, about the dance club idea. Ja oder nein? Rocking it or dropping it?
She did not like the Hypnotic Dance Club idea.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity? Unity! Dance!
She made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished.
You can't just evict her.
No, I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution, because her science sounds dope.
Look at you, Honor Man. No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music. The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like a Nordic dance music?
She really despises it.
Cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries, we'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I refuse to throw her out, but I can try convincing her.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend.
Oof. I need a logic. Okay. That's it for now. And my clothes give me some logic. Okay, those do. Hat gives me some logic.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Wow! That clothing shoots that up from 8% to 42%.
Nothing jumps out to you. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Suna said they haven't been honest with me.
Or maybe it's that mean programmer herself who's been lying to you. How about you get out and breathe? The air in the tent is too thick for you to think clearly.
Goodbye, officer.
Huh.
Hello again.
Like no bar wherever you're sushi.
I haven't got much to say about him.
Just answer the question, please.
To the cops.
How are you? Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Maybe I'll ask later about all
Don't know
this.
what makes you think it'll...
Okay. Okay, so it's after we set up the nightclub. Okay. Ooh, oh, does Noid want to talk to us more?
Huh? I see you're here again. Off sign, man. Did I mention getting us into the church would help?
But I thought we'd be okay now, sign-wise.
Doing what I can.
It's not easy for him. It probably took him years to get used to Andre. He looks like a well thought out individual. The synchronization might be worth it.
Okay. Okay. Go back to Suna.
Yes, what is it?
What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre. He wants to make it work.
I don't want to make anything work.
You don't want to make anything work?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
Got your message. Convince her to cooperate with the Ravers.
Easy.
Boom.
When her research is done, she can move out.
Listen, about your research. You mentioned earlier that's not going very well. Maybe I can help with something.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to the Boom Boom anymore. Just think about it.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
Alright. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
By your old workspace, do you mean the studio of Fortress Accident in that office building on the plaza?
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
You mean Plaisance?
That's her name, I believe.
And where exactly is the offsite copy?
There's this giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. It's there. Don't worry, you can't miss the bear. It's hideous.
I'll go look for the offsite copy.
Thanks.
Okay.
And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offsite copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Qualsund.
Cool. Oh, wow, it's fucking huge. So am I able... Oh, so you have to go to the teleporty points. Okay. Well, let's go get her copy. Relax, it's not yours. You didn't crash every MC in Revachol, hopefully. Okay, so going to the bookshop.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
I was told there's a huge fridge in the building cellar. Can you lead me there?
Fridge? No, I don't know anything about a fridge. Aren't you interested in books?
For whatever reason, she's lying to you about the fridge. Seems like you have to find your own way to the cellar.
Okay, farewell, book peddler.
You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket.
Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw.
Gross.
Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Pull them open.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
I've heard there's a fridge there that I need.
Everybody suddenly needs something from there. Leave the curtains be. It's what it wants.
This is about the curse? That's why you're afraid?
It's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
I'm a police officer. I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
I don't care. You can't stop me. I'll open them.
No. Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Okay, lady.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of...
Why are you so uptight about those curtains?
I already told you. It's just a storage room for employees. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't snapped in half yet.
If it's just a storage room, then it wouldn't hurt if I just peeked inside. It's not like it's cursed, right?
No! Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains. Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Annette mentioned that the previous tenants had experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Does my hood fit over these? It does. It is just chilly down here today. My goodness.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Strange. I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange cage-like trinket on the
Wards
curtains.
help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans.
Oh,
It's a
good.
spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Off. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I was just thinking about letting y'all vote on what I'm gonna do next, because I kind of want to just tell her to go fuck herself and open up her curtains anyway and like see if a curse happens. But like, because like I know like in games like it's usually like better to help people, but kind of just want to open up the curtains. I don't know. Let's see. Y'all can vote on this. Oh, here, just go ask that one again. Okay. Okay. Disease eating the very foundation. A shiver runs through the woman as she looks around the dimly lit store. Financial distress.
Ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
I was hoping for something a little more paranatural.
But officer, there's nothing natural about entire companies declaring. I'm talking about cacodemons, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Nothing natural about that.
What's wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
And her
glasses, anxious and tense.
Okay. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna be bad. I do not like taking morally questionable actions in games normally. This is gonna be fun for me. You'll see if I regret all my life choices. I don't think the curse is real. I just want you to let me in there.
No, certainly not. I'm not letting you open the gates of hell. In fact, I don't want anyone who isn't familiar with the psychic arts involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
Psychic arts? Sounds right down our alley.
I gave smart-ass parenting advice. Okay, so that I need drama. Okay, no, that's -1 drama. That's no good.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Boom, 92%.
Slither up to her.
Dude, I gotta change my clothes for everything now.
World-class perfidy looks like.
Slither up to her. Gross. Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I sense the psychic emanations from afar. The sleeper beyond calls out.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
Hey now, hey. You need the booze to focus, all right? The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then, rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
You see, it's necessary to drink the spirits in order to contact the void. Or, ooh. I admit, I've had my fair share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychologically taxing.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
I am the Void Revenant. I have the powers to debad all the bad energies.
I should have realized. A pattern lies within the fabric. The hand of fate guides us. Our meeting couldn't have been mere chance.
I love this.
Perhaps you truly are the one to deliver this woman from the doom.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
No problem whatsoever. Your family is safe. The phantoms are no match for me.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
A hand on your heart.
Thank you, sir.
On my honor.
One more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Of course, the entity. For I have sensed its presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney, the passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
Okay, y'all. Let's go anger some demons.
Set of tattered curtains blocking the... You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
We're going in, Empamov. How's your weekend going? Hope it's going well so far. Ghostly silhouettes of hairdryers. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Merely looking at the unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. They are saying this area is dimly lit. Okay, so put my stupid necktie back on. Do that for now.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Unlock the door.
Exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft.
Dude, my weekend's been pretty good so far. Beat Dark Souls 3 yesterday, which was really awesome. Or beat the DLC. And started playing Blasphemous. And I got to go downtown last night, and I stayed out very late at karaoke. It was very fun. And then today I slept, and I drafted some Magic, and now I'm playing Disco Elysium. It's a great time. Okie dokie, y'all. We're in this lovely place. Sand is dripping from a punch bag. Oh, homie wants to talk. Okay.
What is this place?
It's an adventure!
No, it's a gym. Though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of daylight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Let's just keep going. I'm sure it's just a regular abandoned house. Nothing mysterious here.
Sounds good.
A shot put ball. Excellent. Poster says, Sidious Fortis. The rest is torn off. Worn out wall bars. They look unsafe. Smells like leather and sweat.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates.
Huh.
60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them.
Sure.
There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
The weight may fall out. Better not touch it then.
Actually, I don't really care about safety hazards.
Until they get smashed into the barbell.
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber. The squeaky sound of sneakers.
I love that I like very clearly look like an alcoholic, and I'm like, am I a weightlifter?
Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory from another life. When you were young and fit.
Just leave it. Hallways blocked by old window panes and debris. Wild animals stare at you in dark, stuffed, and mounted. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Ooh, we're getting some spooky music. Airship rotors covered in spider webs. They remind you of blades. No, get back here. Looks like the remains of the 24-hour window repair shop. Repair shop. I just said repair shop. A naked mannequin torso, a strange yellow color. But where are the clothes it used to display? Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth-bitten. Is this Emma's atelier?
A dusty radio computer sleeps on its wired frame, forgotten and unused. Its keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
Another radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Turn on the machine.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its
Bloop, bloop, bloop. I like the radio computer sounds.
On the keyboard, the hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Press print.
Nothing happens.
Look inside the compartment.
Empty, like a beehive without its brood.
This is where the memory should go.
Press play.
Nothing happens.
Leave. Okay.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural.
They're clearly playing D&D.
Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Inspect the drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a Welkin. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the Welkin. This is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note
Gross.
says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin. Green Welkin.
An
Okay, man.
inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
This has been educational.
Look at those details.
And for what?
Inspect the photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our
Like eggnog or morphine. The same. Similar things.
postcard reads, the heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe.
Inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal.
What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, see the prompt schedule filament for details.
Inspect the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: call in, tune out, Wirral untethered, and heat death of the universe. The full text reads, heat death of the universe is the new black. Another note says, the biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
Yep, I knew it. They're playing D&D.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The symbols seem very esoteric. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pesantic.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
So we're dealing with something medical here?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any
Wow,
station
we are
at
playing
once.
D&D. Who's the game master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara.
I've talked to someone named Grodd, right? I think I have.
All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone.
Scribbled across a notebook. Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
This is what remains of Suna's radio game studio, Fortress Accident.
Yes, I got that. What I meant was, what were they trying to achieve with this damn game? What were their ambitions? Because this here looks rather advanced.
He has respect and curiosity for this failed endeavor. This is way above your tiny little policeman head.
I don't know. I'm not an artist.
Well, I think it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they planning to do that?
Polling stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller calling stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked.
I don't think anyone... and this was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
Has anyone done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know...
Oh, Grad's a place, not a person. Okay.
In Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
Do we have any money? Guys, we have to let them try to play D&D. Do we have any money? Let's give them more money so they can finish it and make it even bigger.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
Aw.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Okay, so that goes upstairs. Huh.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives.
Knock on it.
What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens.
Knock on it harder.
Still nothing. No one's home.
Knock even harder.
Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy.
Oh.
Your fist hurts now. If this is really an entrance to the chimney, then there must be a furnace somewhere as well. Maybe there's another way to get in.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things?
I need to find the malignant entity, Kim. This is the chimney.
Ghosts aren't real. Didn't your parents tell you that? In any case, there's no way we can get in right now. Let's investigate further.
Dude, just instead of, like picking up those handles at the bottom and lifting it, just, punch the door open. Sometimes it works.
Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Am I? Gaze upon me, stuff and despair. Okay. Huh. Okay. Let's heal up a bit. Okay. Floorboards creak. Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. I gain a postcard. Steel rotor blades bearing a Slipstream logo. Oh, I got a filament memory. Okay.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldered. Like
Insert the production schedule.
Slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. The
Plus
speaker
pray.
comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's playing a magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1.
I love this lady. Her voice is so old and tired and so like sick of your shit. I love it.
Repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Let's try the password for the production schedule.
Please repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good. I've unlocked the
Really? She just used the same password?
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you.
That's fine.
And goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still with a quiet determination. The printer starts printing. A piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan.
Read it.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Skim through the production schedule.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Right, what
It was
happened?
impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million real game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination.
Yeah, seems like a mistake.
They couldn't.
Oh, so they were done in by their own ambition.
Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the leaders
What?
of Jimsk-born Suliswaf Jalisa decided that what Wirral Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
This is some insane shit. Who are these people?
Had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
How many heads were there?
So many. At last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
That's pretty bad. So that's what did them in?
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
The what now? Oh no, this must be the anomaly Suna mentioned in the church log.
On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end, where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness, before the Egonian investors pulled the plug. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air.
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Wasn't there a copy of the game, like a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Damn. Is there anything else from this lead programmer?
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Read the notes at the
4
end.
months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right, though. Something's seriously wrong with this place. Martinez, all of it. Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye.
Read about Capital.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money. The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Ria, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Ria, with only half of the game finished. 400,000 Real? Yo. These guys knew how to party.
Where'd they get all the money?
Let's just say it was a real adventure.
Excuse me.
For their Egonian investor.
Read about the workforce.
Fortress Accident employed 18 people. The bulk of the team composed of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. But on the other hand, their obligations were piling up at an inhumane rate, a rate that could only be amended by Pyrrolidon.
Yeah, clearly.
Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
Yeah, why did a radio game need artists?
It didn't.
It didn't need so many concept artists?
No, definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely skip to work because of mental health issues and extremely unprofessional sleep schedules.
I'm guessing I'm getting some real world commentary here.
One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
Okay.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering.
Alright, we're going through this door.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Look inside the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs, the echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing?
I'm not sure, Kim, but I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs.
Okay, yell hello into the furnace.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
You hear a woman's voice answer.
you've awakened the entity.
This is the police. Who's there?
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain
Ah, yeah.
pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Wall collapsed. It's inaccessible now. Bear fridge.
See a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red.
Crack open the
A
door.
gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Him, it's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the
Oh, ice
brand
cream.
Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached.
I want some ice
The
cream.
fridge is huge. But where's the filament memory? It's not here.
I can't see the offsite copy
Someone must
anywhere.
have taken it. What does the note say?
Take the note from the door.
The note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
What's a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
It looks like an ice cream fridge.
So they try to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The lieutenant points at the red snaky cable running from the
The
fridge.
fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity behind this thing must be catastrophic. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
Excuse me.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Read the note.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sully Swaff.
Someone has moved the filament, but who?
Sulislav. Wasn't he one of Miss Lucan and Kilda's co-workers? I remember coming across this name when we were reading her personal log.
Who's the illiterate ginger kid?
Really? You don't have a single guess?
Oh!
I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Any idea where the frozen ice cream maker would be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Oh, I'm so excited to talk to Kuno again. An ice cream maker, defrosted and unplugged. The flashlight casts strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Look, there's a hole in the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Hell yeah.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles!
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock.
Do I get myself a gun finally?
Then the others. Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
This one looks nice.
A rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. Frozen ice cream maker that's still running.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Turn the ice cream crank.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Fuck you, Inland Empire. I'll become a poet if I damn well please.
What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar?
Physical instrument. Do I have any clothes that give me physical instrument? No. Okay.
This orange machine is buzzing. Ice squeaks with your Kavalzund multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before. Look, a black cable is running into the breaker box. Unplugging the ice cream maker will allow it to defrost. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Very smart. Opening the lid should be much easier after the ice cream maker has defrosted.
Intercom wires running into the breaker box. Dude, yeah, we gotta go talk to the entity lady.
East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area.
Was this the place that had where that lady is? Or wait. Get the ice cream maker open. Huh.
You hear the same waiting room music. You hear the same wait. You ring the door. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. All you hear is static. You ring the doorbell. You wait for a minute or two. But looks like someone has melted half the plastic off.
Oh, Fortress accident.
Silence.
Ah.
No one's home at Fortress. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the door. Silence. No one. This button looks new.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Okay, so it's not there. Is it in the shop? The characters talked like they remembered a safety curtain somewhere, but I do not remember where that is.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there?
The dark sarcophagus.
Sarcophagus. Yes, yes.
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
It was a charnel house of failed business enterprises, leashing life energy from this bookstore.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
You don't have anything of substance to tell her until you found that entity of hers.
A few more questions.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirit.
No, okay. What is it? Okay. Metal safety curtains. It's the place you punched? Oh, okay. Yeah. Dude. Go in here. When I thought of safety curtain, I was thinking of like the ones that like go this way, not this way, but that makes sense. Oh, yep. Okay. Tray is full of dice. Colorful polyhedral dice. Hundreds of them. Candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
You must have me confused with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Man, I've been talking about this a lot with like my friends and whatnot, and just because we all started playing D&D in the pandemic, and you know, like how like popular Critical Role has gotten, and it's just, and now that like we're like starting to come out of the pandemic and can like talk to people again, like there's like no one I talk to who doesn't play D&D anymore, and it's like more weird to find someone who doesn't play D&D. And it is everywhere. And now we got D&D in this game, and I love it.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Sure. I like role-playing games, and I need some dice. I mean, who doesn't like buying dice?
My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity.
Not a malignant entity.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
Do you often work Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
And you never took your eyes off work to look out the window.
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Oh yeah? How's it going? Are you DMing or are you a player?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark.
Okay.
There's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Thank you for your answers, lady.
Anything else, officer?
Are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
Oh, I could see that. I've been really lucky that playing online has worked really well for me because I'm playing with friends in California, which is not the state I'm in, so we would have to be online anyway without the pandemic. It's been going really well. We use Discord. We used to play on Roll20, but now we're playing on Foundry, which is it's complicated, but it's a lot better than Roll20. It's got a lot more features, and we've been liking that so far. I'm playing a dwarf barbarian, and she just got her first class in Druid, her first level in Druid, and it's been a lot of fun so far. I'm really enjoying it. We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
I've heard this place is cursed. Did you know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going.
All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Yes, but it's still a separate building. The malicious energies can't reach there.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Bitch, you don't have to pay rent!
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to do a spellcaster too. I have a couple characters that I've done for like various one-shots, and I have a warlock that I liked a lot. I'd like to play him some more. Yeah, I multi-classed into druid because barbarian just got kind of boring real fast. Like every combat, everyone else gets to do all these cool things in combat, and it's just like I hit them with my hammer again. Plaisance thinks it's because you're the source of it, a malignant energy.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I'm starting to see that there is no curse, only business decisions and natural market fluctuations.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
I have to order some dice from you.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Do you know the We're All Untethered setting? I want die for that.
Ah, yes. Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The We're Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motifs of ice and death. And loss, of course.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
Whatever
I'm
conceptualization.
thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone
Dope!
is white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
Deal.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Do you know what happened to other tenants?
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh yeah, the art style in this game is fantastic. Especially for the portraits. I really like it. And I really like the music too. Okay, so more or less, are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Oh jeez. I found creepy
There
mannequins.
used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years until the insect rights activists came.
I didn't know insects had any rights or activists.
Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
Hmm. Do I like insects? How do I feel about making clothes out of beetle wings? I guess it's kind of weird. I like insects.
Really?
No.
Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
Huh. Okay, let's just go down the list. There used to be a hair salon here, right?
I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's
I agree.
not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
What's wrong with a bit of experimenting?
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Judging from the kids I've met so far, it didn't really work, did it?
If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
You should have known it. It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What's up with broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff medias. Who would have guessed? And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
What's Snuff Milieu?
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Gross.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world. What does she mean to get off on it?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Did someone here make stuffed animals? I saw mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
But what drugs exactly?
Anything else?
What's with the rotor blades and
They
skis?
were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumutiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Right off with the company's money like that's illegal. Why hasn't he been arrested?
It's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around.
They were just props. Why return them?
Found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
They had some kind of accident with a backup copy, right?
Accident? I wouldn't know anything about that. I
just heard they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
Huh.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive.
But when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
Okay, authority.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
That's too bad. I would have supported him. Project looked great.
You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
There's a terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by 2 guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
What were the other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved
fuck you, lady!
in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls.
What'd they expect? 20 cents per hour is dog's pay. I'm surprised they showed up to work at all.
They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear.
What about the bear?
The bear.
It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5
Ooh,
cents a piece.
I love me some good caramel. I'm sure the bear was doing its best.
The taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean.
How come?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherian.
Sounds cool.
Let's move on.
I thought anything else?
I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
A strange thing happened when I tried calling a company named Slipstream SCA. Someone answered.
Can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
She said she was from Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
No, it was something else. Something eerie. And you narrow your eyes.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
Actually, the Slipstream SCA mystery might be a recording.
Why would Slipstream SCA have a 100-year-old recording as their doorbell message? Doesn't make any sense. I'm still convinced it was...
My money is on electrical anomaly. I've heard of these, especially in an old building like this.
East Delta Pinball.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
Whirling in Rags is a part of the same building complex.
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
The empty name card is yours.
Right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite sure.
Okay.
I'm listening.
I have more questions about the intercom.
Sure, it still doesn't look
Nope.
sure.
Okay.
Then I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Let's go ahead and leave. Okay. I don't know how long it's gonna take the ice box to defrost, but let's see about that.
Fireplace.
Oh wait.
Diagram for summoning some time forgotten. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tile.
Okay, nah.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it. Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool. And it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to...
Okay, so we gotta hit the gym. Okay, awesome. Have a good night, Empanov. Thank you so much for the follow, and hopefully I'll see you later. Have a great rest of your weekend. Okay, edgy boy. Thank you for being super edgy. Okay.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them.
I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Niha, and she's a novelty dice maker.
Novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
No, ma'am. I have felt her aura. She is not the one to blame for this curse.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm.
Oh dear.
Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire. You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
There's another entity, more malignant, pulling the strings in Martinez. Perhaps in my travels, I will cross paths with it.
A third order presence, yes.
Oh, Mischief, welcome! Don't break people's narratives. Yeah. I mean, they're not gonna, like, they're not gonna respond well to it at all. A third order presence, yes.
A great dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triads. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in public. I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
Well,
okay.
This has been absolutely
educational.
On the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes, the venture continues in other waters, darker waters.
Should we get out of here before the vortex collapses?
Okay. What do I want? Physical instrument? Yeah. Okay. Back to the ice cream churner. Do 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 do.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here.
I don't get it.
Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other.
But the question is, which did they start with and which did they pivot to?
That's a good question.
A strange leap of imagination, and yet they still failed. How sad.
Reality is ruthless.
Okay.
This orange machine is dead still. It has
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
ice cream churner.
42%. Okay.
The ice grown.
Yeah.
Strain of your giant Gewalzen multi-tool until the lid cracks open. Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. Disappointment washes over you as you stare into the almost empty ice cream maker.
Take the filament memory. Yeah. Dude, we're making some good progress today.
Careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen Kilde as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
Do that, I guess. Okay. So we have that shot put ball, so we're gonna go give those to the old men because they're nearby. And then we will go give the lady her off-site copy. I think, yeah, I want to see how far this, like, the off-site copy, like, dance club thread goes. Once that gets to, like it sort of, like, wraps up at all, that's when we'll probably call it a night. So play anywhere, like, maybe about, like, 30 more minutes. How's your weekend going so far, Mischief? No, they're over here.
Officer. God damn it.
Terrible is good.
What do you want?
I found you guys a new bull.
What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for Petonk.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
I'm very sorry. It's the best I could find.
The best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Consider it forgiven.
Thanks, buddy. Is there anything you can tell me about this antique firearm?
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement there.
Not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
What makes this old soldier... What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud?
As René turns
Neat.
To his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
What medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Look at the cross.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle.
Look at the sun.
A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word
Fucking fly.
Valiant
Goddamn.
written below.
The medals point to his chest. Did you get them for...
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
That's what I was going to say. For bravery.
I'm sure, but I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies.
I'm trying to catch the cursor. Get back here. Get it. Never catch it, though. So did you?
Honor is everything to me.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
So what did you get the medals for?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
Damn! Throwing Gaston under the bus.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Saved a princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Coron and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw.
Gross.
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
Then what did you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
There's always a gnat in this room, I swear. I agree. These two guys in particular, the French guys, are excellent. But really all the voice acting in this game is so good.
The bane of horses.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Okay. That's no dink, that's a fighter.
So I grabbed the dink and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the joyless freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and...
Okay, got 5 experience for that.
Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Sounds like you're being modest, Renee.
The old carabiner stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
Yeah, if you don't have a jaw, won't get hit in the jaw again.
What
Big brain.
Seigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drisson.
Double jaw, Purdy. Excellent pun, Mischief. I approve, 100%.
And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Hold on. You're just a little bit proud of Renee's heroics, aren't you? Wait. Wait. doesn't seem like a good time. It just,
Bon Dieu. You and Gaston must be related. His blood runs yellow too.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't end this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot repeatedly, and you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
Thanks for the story, Renee.
There were many such stories in those days. Many such men too. True Eversholians. Men with backbone.
Oh yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please bring those days back, if you can.
Yeah, damn.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
We're gonna put on our drama pants real quick.
I like playing in the dark.
Oh man, it's still 28%.
Feels like being on Rico.
Nah. Okay, so we gave him the bool. Now we're going back. Oh no, I want to go to the church. Just kidding. The same address the lead programmer Fortress accident was looking for. Yes, it is. Who's Walter Sobchak? Is that a character in this that I've already forgotten?
Yes, what is it?
Offsite copy you asked me to bring. I brought you the filament.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
What's going to happen now?
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. I have seen Big Lebowski. It's been long enough that I don't remember the character names. But yeah. Okay, Prowsey, what's left of it?
No. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
What are you even hoping to find?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out.
Play cool. Now what?
Sona doesn't reply. Her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Okay. Sobchak. It's a good last name.
Here. I found it.
Where?
Hold on.
Say nothing.
Just give me a second. I'm almost...
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
Oh my god! Congratulations! Oh my gosh, that's the most excited she's ever sounded.
Time for a celebratory drink, perhaps. Just a thought.
So where is it? Where is your 2mm hole in the world?
There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again?
Sure.
I need you to go move those water bowls for me. I need to double check my calculations. Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick.
Watching him work, is it? I have not had that opportunity. I don't know if do I know anyone that's a programmer? I don't think so. I don't think I know anyone personally, but it's like the few times I've ever talked to them, they don't seem to love talking about it. It seems stressful.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's just, it's typing.
Outside those walls, water inside the bowls stands still. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor. It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall. Time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place after all.
Okay, fine, I'll walk.
Yes, what is it?
Move the water bowls.
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's wrong?
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Isn't it just going to be silence and nothing else?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
What?
I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be something terrifying. Maybe it's going to tear the world apart.
Like that evil ink that filled the printout, erasing coherence and meaning.
We should be cautious. We don't know what we're dealing with here.
Maybe I'm just tired.
It's scary, but we have to face it.
You're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant takes a step back, and then nothing. Nothing happens as Sona Lokanen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence.
You broke the world, Harry!
You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary.
Say nothing.
She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
Well?
Damn it.
At least the world still seems to be all right.
Yeah, nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow?
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to it? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Okay, let's see if... Do I got any perception clothing? I should get that back. I could. I also. Oh, you have tools too. I forget about that. Nope. Okay.
Yes, what is it?
Okay.
All you hear is your own breathing, heavy and hoarse from all the nights spent drinking. It's the breath of an old man. But there's something else. There has to be. Something big. Something unexpected. Something new. Yet to be discovered. Ghosts. Speak to me. When was the last time this world had anything new to say?
Well, did you hear anything?
I'm not sure. There seems to be something there, but I couldn't really make it out.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's anything there.
Aww.
The lieutenant looks down at the floor, as if to say, you're wasting time here. Maybe the speed fruits can help you with this. Go talk with Andre.
I'm not sure why the scene keeps lighting up, and then there's no orange dot on anything. Okay, let's go talk to Andre. The holy light. Full of holes. Could the posts hide treasure? Look inside. Hell yeah, got someone's Pilsner stash. Dude, Pilsner is the best alcohol. Or not the best alcohol, but it's one of my favorite beers. I love me a good Pilsner. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Here to talk about the church again.
What's the deal?
I'm making progress in the church, but it's slow going. There's a hitch in Suna's research.
What kind of a hitch?
She's trying to catch an anomaly using a special microphone setup, but she can't hear the audio coming through her headphones.
An audio shortfall, you say? Guess what? We got speakers with massive low end. There's a good chance it can do it.
They've got one speaker. One. Uno.
I'm not really sure if it's a lack of bass, but I'll see what Suna thinks.
Serious range on this baby. It'll blast goodbye, officer.
Okay. An audio technology course taught as a game. Dude, you're getting it, Mischief. We're learning all the audio things right now.
Yes, what is it?
Still nothing.
Ah!
Even looking at you this time.
Okay. Okay, help Raver start a nightclub. Have to find a tape for Homeboy. Okay, so we need to talk to her. Okay, so we're not going to be able to progress this storyline anymore until my next level up, which I'll throw into perception, which should hopefully make that check work. It can be a little daunting and frustrating, but I really like this system where there's like these story elements where you just have to like pass a roll to proceed, and if not, then you just have to like do other things to like gain the experience and whatnot. And it's just how they're able to design the game where there's always like all these different things you can be doing. It's really cool, and I would guess it gives a lot of people like very different play experiences, and I think that's really cool. But yeah, because we failed that check, I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. It's getting a little late on the West Coast, so it's even later for y'all not on the West Coast. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for hanging out. Thank you for all the new follows and just everyone else hanging out on stream, whether you're chatting or lurking. I always appreciate it. I think I'm going to play Disco Elysium a little more frequently now to get through the game. Yeah, exactly, Mischief. So many possibilities. It's great. Oh, thank you. So yeah, I'll get back with more Disco Elysium on Monday. I am also streaming Blasphemous, so I'll probably do Blasphemous again on either Tuesday or Friday. We'll see how it feels. Thanks so much everyone for hanging out. Be sure to give me a follow at Nala for Power on Instagram and Twitter for updates. Be sure to join the Discord. I just added a new thread where people can hotly debate whether or not they would want to give up soup or pie for the rest of their lives. So leave it in there if you want. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you all on Monday. Bye. Do 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 do.